Can you guys hear me now? Wow, I unplugged my mic. So I was talking, I thought I was talking, but no one could probably. Okay, so yeah, the scanner is good. I personally like to use the option scanner a lot more now, just because my trading style, I'm looking at stuff that people are buying and maybe potentially buying for a either a hedge or long out, right? So I can kind of use that to find some nice trade. The last, I have to have at least 3-year record for my investments for anyone to even invest in our hedge fund. So that's why I really don't try to day trade. If I do, it's just small positions once in a while just to have fun. But I really like the gap down scanner. That's the one that I religiously used to use. I like shorting stocks. It just, stocks fall down faster than they go up. So it's a lot easier, and it's a lot easier to evaluate a company that is shitty, that should be going to zero, than it is a company that could be going to like $1,000 a share. It's way easier. You'll see the red flags when you're evaluating a company that's not so good versus a company that's actually, decent, but they kind of trying to move up in the world, like WIX. WIX, they dropped easy. It was just like their EPS dropped, their what they expected to make dropped, but realistically, no one really looked at the metrics that market makers look at. Not market makers. I'd say more like hedge funds, right? Cash flow. And we saw that huge cash flow increase, and then the expectations, it's supposed to increase by like 50% this year. So that's a huge increase on cash flows. That those are stuff that we can use in. I'm expecting 43% because I always use conservative numbers, but 50 is what everyone's expecting. I mean, our vol is good if you're trading like penny stocks, right? Now, for stocks that we're trading, usually it's not even going to hit that scanner. It's not going to hit the markets. Our vol does play a big portion of it. Like if you're looking at good trades, but realistically, what it comes down to, the trades that we take now, Roku, Netflix, Tesla, those kind of stuff. It's really based on the news. Nice, beautiful technical breakouts, that sort of. Remember, the market has short-term memory, so some stocks that are hot won't always. Yeah, Mar, I did mention that I did scale out of my VIX plays. The contracts, I still have just the option side scaled out of it because it was just easy. You can make money on your hedge. That's the whole point. You mitigate short-term risk, and more importantly, you can make money on it, right? While still holding your initial. And it's a good dip buy opportunity. You look for blood on the street and you try and. Now, I wasn't too confident if today was going to be the reversal, so I didn't go in heavy. But hey, $4 a share, not going to complain. Damn it, I'm still cutting off. Yeah, I went in because I wasn't too confident on yesterday's move if it was going to continue on a down. So TLRD, I still like the stock. Just gotta wait till the market actually sees a good earnings, and that's what everyone is just waiting on now. Personally, for me, I've already made money on this stock, like plenty of it, during this move. So I'm still long biased, still gonna be long biased, and just expecting like a better earnings result going forward. That's gonna take some time. Everyone's just a bit bearish on it right now, and I'm actually not too confident on it either into this earning. I think it needs at least another quarter or two. Remember, guys, I always mention this too. If I mention 20 stocks, everyone's gonna go for the cheapest five. Like guaranteed 90% of you guys are gonna go for the cheapest five. Don't do that. How I invested my positions, it's all based on market cap. It's so easy. All you have to do, and this is the same thing that every fund will do as well. When they're looking at how much positions, how much size should I put in, you put in more weighting to the stocks that are at higher market cap and less weighting on stocks that are at lower market cap. That's just the golden rule in investing. So make sure you guys do that as well. Don't just buy the cheapest stock and expect the same result. And to be honest, there's no such thing as a cheap stock. Okay. There's good stocks with high growth. And it really doesn't, like, look at Tesla. Tesla went up what? Almost like, actually over 100%, right? Let's say at least 90%. You don't have to buy the cheapest stock. Like some of them, some of the growth stocks, it won't be. One thing I'm so glad at was stopping at a Walmart. Newbie, even with stocks with good balance sheets, they're still all gonna come down as well. And it is a serious issue. We all know that.
Hey, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, John. You'll see funds. It's called market weighting, right? So you always want to make sure that you're investing more into the bigger caps. That's why you'll see most of my, like, Amazon is a huge position for me. Why? It's a large market cap. I have as like, not as much downside risk. If I use that kind of capital onto like Tilray, like I'd never be able to get out if it actually tanks, or vice versa. Like let's say it goes up, I wouldn't even be able to scale out without doing some damage to the trend. So that sort of thing. It's important to, kind of play with the within like the guidelines, right? And I call it guidelines, not rules. There's some stuff that I'll break, right? There's some rules that I'll break as well. Like Roku, I went in a bit heavier, even though it's not a mega cap. That's just because of my personal biasness and the personal trades that I taken before that, right? Oh, and good morning, Johnny.
Hey, morning, TJ.
Market's looking a little bit better, but still not buying it.
TJ, did you add to Roku at all? Down to the
Yeah.
110s? Okay, nice. What's your average now?
Let me check. $116.46.
Oh, yeah. Amazing. Anything under 118 is amazing, I think. Well done.
Thank you. I'm not gonna keep all of it. Like, most likely gonna get rid of some.
Yeah, I think just on the you said 116s, so
Yeah, because
it
I got like
depends.
34K on that shares. So
Okay, so I think partial under 120, partial under 118, and then maybe look for some more closer to like 115 inflection or 110. So that's just my idea. But I think you have heavy support at 118 yesterday. We went up from 110 to 118. We worked up to 118 at some point in the afternoon when I had alerted at 116 for the 118 push. And that's our like main acting support level under the 120 and over the 110. So the fact that it tested yesterday and we moved up this morning, I think 120 should be fine. It looks healthy. Like we can get some mean reversion down to like 119. But overall, I think that the stock's gonna hover around 120 today around VWAP. So I think you'll be okay, TJ. Let's see how the volume comes in.
Guys, I just posted that WIX, they got coverage. Look at that. Always ahead of.
I think I missed the WIX play. I saw you guys talking about it yesterday, but I didn't see what you guys were saying. What's going on with
Great growth stock, so that's my new play.
Okay, cool. I remember when this first came out, like Wix as a company, I thought that it looked pretty cool, but I heard bad things about like the websites and whatnot. If it's the same, yeah, it's the Wix.com website maker, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
I guess they just had a lot of subs and customers. Man, that went really high from 19. Yeah, from 20 to 150 in 5 years. That's a huge return on an investment. 700%.
So Pan W, you guys know I traded this stock. Cybersecurity is a big topic. Pan W was kind of like the leader in it as well. So you guys know how much we traded this one, and I sold it before earnings. And the earnings was just bad. And then I was like, okay, I'm not going to touch it again. Just want to see if this is one-off earnings or if it's going to continue. And now we got the results, which is it's continued. And now at this price at 200s, I like it again. I think, I bought this back at 170s, right? The last time I bought it was like, yeah, around that price, I think. So, buying it again, not too much risk. So keep an eye on Pan W. I think it's a nice buy around that 200 area. And if it doesn't hold 200, just wait. We can always get another entry.
Yeah, TJ, what are you thinking? Like, I guess some of us will be able to short this for a scalp if we want, but I think you had said that it's a long over 200 short under. So if we see the short under, I think we should try and focus on that because it has room. Like this has room to keep going. I know it's on SSR and this just tanked from 240s, but I think this still has room to keep going. Is there any Oh, okay, so I'm just looking at the news here. Oh, there's a lot of news on it. It's all downgrades, huh? Yeah, neutral and downgrades, and I see Mizuho maintains buy on it. I think PanW today could be a ticker that everyone can make money on, using tiny position size, guys. Like we could rip this back up to 230. This can tank to 180, 170, or it could just chill and make a little range. But just with like 10, 20 shares, you can be making like a few $100 easily. Just stick to your rules on this because I'm not too familiar with PanW's trading, like the way it trades. So I'm gonna be watching this one today for sure.
Yeah, I think Pan W is the easiest one. We're probably gonna get some nice movement. But it's also why, companies shouldn't get
mRNA, COCP, OPRA,
Guys, we're open.
CMRX,
AMD failed
EKSL,
51. Let's see if they'll get it. Looks like they're about to rip it here to 51.10. SPY really healthy push to
BVPR,
324.50. This is the acting resistance level on SPY for sure. 324.50 is huge. But as we know, it's market open, so
MNK,
resistance levels and support
LPCN,
levels can get taken out quite easily on the volatility. And SPY, guys, remember what I said yesterday. By market open, I want to see at least 2.5 million volume on SPY. SPY's at 4 million volume right now. And this volume isn't from the open. Well, like let's say, how much is that? 600K? Yeah, 600K. So less the 4 is 3.4. Let's have a good day on SPY. I'm going to be focusing on SPY today with this volume here
CORV,
from the pre-market.
DXC,
Also, with SPY, I'm still bullish over
NLS,
323. I like the 323 level, and I'm more bullish over 324.50, and
I
very
took
bullish
entry
over 320.
TLDS,
Sorry, TJ, took entry where? On what?
Pan W.
Okay, on the short side.
No, on the long side.
Okay. Just remember your level, bro. Long over, short under. 1 penny spread as well. Reduction on the ask, TJ. So let's see if we can get. So right here we have a little pivot point sitting at 198.64.
OAS, AUY,
Is this are you averaging out one of your positions, or is this are you scalping this out on
No, it's
another
a new
trade?
position that I'm
Oh,
getting.
okay, cool. All right, cool.
Yeah, I got 199.18 average so far, so let's see where it goes there.
Beautiful.
Yeah, that's why I had to cut you off because it was a trade
Yeah,
right
no
around.
worries. Target I think should be here about 202, 203.
203 is
Arlo,
my main target. Let's see if we can get.
Roku 118, 118.
Oak, HPQ,
118
JMIA,
basically held, TJ. I think you could size down a little bit of Roku. I think selling pressure is about to take over here if they don't break out on the 119. So we'll give it some time still. It doesn't have much volume. So I see volume spike to back to 120 or fading on Roku. Just a heads up. AMD $50.50 here. Failed that 51.20 breakout. And it's just coming down. SPY as well came all the way down to 323.30, acting support level I had mentioned yesterday before we ripped back to 325. Hey guys, I just took a long here on AMD at 50.34. I'm starting this trade with 200 shares. I'm willing to scalp to 1,000. I'll hold up to 50 bucks and think about reversing at 50. Also, I'll think about adding on the break of 50.60, 30 cents higher for my entry, 200 shares from there, and we'll make my average about 50.45. Target 51.30. Here's our first pivot point, acting resistance previously, now acting support until our actual support pivot points. So I think here we'll have with the RSI divergence too, after hitting quite a small low at 13. I think we'll get a little bounce here.
AVNS.
So 50.20 is nice support, and 50.12.
Shack. OPRA.
As you guys can see, SPY held that 323.30. It cracked under a little bit, but they reclaimed it, which is great. And there's the push on AMD. Roku, a nice breakout to 119, the one that we were looking for. The 118 failed, and right after, wow, that. So Roku, if you guys
BBPR.
look on the 1 minute chart, you can see a beautiful gap on this candle. See the close at 118.33 and the open at 118, 20 cents higher on the open. It's quite a big gap, but they failed the breakout there. So if this doesn't get a breakout here, I'm leaning more like a bearish, or they're going to build just a small range at 118 to 119. So yeah, let's see a breakout. It still looks good, like an RSI breakout here as well.
So I took some off just at break even, just to mitigate risk. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea, TJ, considering
CORD.
yeah, they just failed everything that they
COCP,
gained this morning, they
BSIG.
just took out. So selling pressure has increased though, which is interesting. And they weren't able to bring it down under the 118.
MNK.
So I think if selling pressure
Yeah,
decreases
too
here and they break 118, it's going to tank. So I think if selling pressure increases here, but they're able to hold it, then I think it's going to hold and we're good. At this point, TJ, it looks pretty good on my level 2 as well. My tape has fills going through and bid increases. So reduction on the spread off of the bid. And there you go. We should get the 119 pop here.
That was a good ad.
Oh, there's the 119. Beautiful. Amazing. I didn't take the trade, guys, but I wanted to alert this one since TJ's in heavy. And there you go, guys. 200 EMA here, 119.30.
No, I'm not in heavy. I only got 1,000 shares.
You only got what?
1,000 shares.
On your ad, you mean, right?
No, in total.
Oh, I thought you said you had 34,000. What the hell?
That's Roku.
Yeah, I'm talking about Roku, TJ. Roku.
Oh, okay. No, I'm trading Pan W.
Okay, my mistake. Roku's at 120, guys. We got the breakout that I just said. It just broke out.
Got
I think-
198.57 average on it so far on Pan W. So let's see if it doesn't, I'll just wait because the selling pressure is just ridiculous. Even though it looks good going forward.
TJ, get ready on Roku as well for 121. I think you can get a nice little partial there, even if it's like something small. 121 looks good for resistance, and 122. I think they'll get the breakout still.
No, Roku, I'm expecting more, so I'm just gonna stay in it.
All right.
TLRD. RLGY.
Hoping like 124, so that would be nice.
Tesla at 850 here. I'm gonna try and do a little Tesla trade, guys. To me, this looks kind of weak. If they don't break over this 851.
AEY.
Okay, I took a short here at 848.50 on Tesla. Just 15 shares.
PANW. GCI. ERX. LPCN. OPTN. DDS.
If we don't hold around this area, I'm just gonna cut my loss on Panda. So I'm hoping we can actually hold it.
I just took a short here on TVIX, 61.15. Oh, there we go. I'll cut this over 61.50. Yeah, I cut it. That's TVIX seems pretty strong today based on this move here, guys. It just ripped up 30 cents and TVIX dropped 5 cents. That was great. So I'd say, guys, in terms of TVIX today, I'd say try and go on the bullish side and leave room to add. Like reduce position size, just leave room to add. On the 323.30 break under here, I'm going to long it
KTOS.
as a reversal play.
SPEX.
And guys, I closed out my AMD long on that 50 break. I just took the long here, 61.43, target 62 on TVIX. Just 100 shares.
CORV.
I think 323 is going to fail here, guys, so watch for increased selling pressure. There it is, guys. SPY low of day. 62 over on TVIX. I'm going to take some partial here. That's a big knife, guys, on SPY. Tesla short working, 842.
EXFO.
Pens W is looking a little bit better over here. Just want to see volume confirming this move and move little bit higher. That 200 break, I'm going to take
HT. SBPH.
Man, TVIX just went full bullish here. SPY on a tank. Looking for 322.50 alert from
There
yesterday.
we go. All right, that's good. Now I'm just
You
gonna hold the other 1,000, see if I can, you know, if it'll move up in my favor.
This looks like a good setup for a 203 push, TJ. I think you'll get it.
303 was my target. So let's see. Honestly, I'm like, remember, I'm just scalping this so I can build some size into it. If I am gonna swing trade it. But honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna
BGNX.
swing trade it yet. You know, companies expecting their earnings to be good next, like the second half of 2020. So I don't have to buy it yet. I can wait to see maybe a deeper
COCP.
pullback, especially with elections coming up. So probably gonna end up doing that. So you know, that's why right now it's just a scalper's mindset for now on the trade.
See that? That's the biggest volume since in the past 3 months. Yesterday on PanW. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, it's earnings, right?
Oh, it was earning. Oh, okay, my mistake. I didn't see that it was earnings. Now I see it. I just didn't scroll down far enough on my news feed, and all I saw was the. I thought it had ended. Like there were so many articles on February 25th that, yeah, I didn't see yesterday's. So thanks.
So I got some more stuff that I wanted to share with you guys. Just quickly gonna copy and more data just for you guys that love data. I'll also give you the expectations.
Guys, TVIX 63. Really happy with the way TVIX turned out, guys. Remember, I was in the short, $61. Just like it was like 61.11 or something, and then took the loss 61.56, and then didn't reverse at first. Waited, reversed on the break under 323.30 the second time, and it's ripped up here $1.50 a share. So really happy. Took a small loss and made it back 3 to 4 times over on the long side. I still have 50 shares of TVIX long.
Now, Canadian markets are looking weak. Like, I'll show you the Canadian housing stats.
TJ, look at SPY here if you're not as well. We got the 322 test here last minute.
You know, for Canadian retail sales to be flat in December, that's a worry. That's a big issue, and that's good for me. Canadian dollar goes lower.
If SPY gets over 322.75, I'll take off another 25 shares of TVIX. Otherwise, I'm just letting these 50 shares chill.
CORV. LPCN.
Guys,
CSOD.
SPY is orders are getting pulled here. I'm not even seeing fills on the bid, guys. Be really, really careful.
Yeah, these are days where, you know, risk should be off. Don't go heavy into anything. It's not the, you know,
Yeah,
take the profits as they come. That's pretty much.
exactly, guys. Like, look at AMD. AMD, I said I wanted to add at 50.
AHT.
The volatility took me out. So I reduced position size, guys. Usually 500 to 1,000. Just start with 200. So I took a small loss, and it's down $1 a share from basically it's at 49.30s, and my entry was 50.30s. High today was 51.24. So I'm really happy the way this trade turned out. Even though it was a loss, it was actually like it turned into potentially it turned into a win because I didn't add to it, and it came down an additional 80 cents from where basically from where I closed it. So I'm really happy with the way this trade turned out. I wish I had reversed it, but I was looking for that TVIX potential.
SBPH. AEY.
And notice how much more bearish SPYs become after the 324 and 323 levels broke. Especially that 323.30. After it broke, it just tanked. Honestly, I'm gonna short AMD, guys. It's basically double downing the position on the long or the short on the market. So I see a lot of potential on the downside. But I feel like it's gonna taper off, but I do see a $49 idea. So I'll wait to see if they can break back under 49.30. If they do, I'll take it. But at the end, I'm just gonna reduce size, 200 shares, and I'll leave it up to 49.50 for an ad. So I'll let you guys know if I take the trade. SPY 322.74 test there. So like I had mentioned before on the
KTOS.
break over the 0.75, I'll take off another half of TVIX. I think TVIX will also get an HOD here. Watch this.
HDB.
TJ, on your PanW, you got your AEMA that's gone back over your VWAP, which is healthy. And just consolidation on the 20. Okay, I just took off another half at 62.60 on TVIX.
LGIH.
Oh, beautiful.
Still
as you
not
can see-
liking the tape as much on Panda. Oh yeah, just when I said that, it looks better. But you know, I want to see that 200 level.
SPEX.
I don't see any market makers going like, okay, this is what we're gonna be selling, and we're gonna be selling this position because of this. Like, I don't see that. I think this is more of a double down position than anything else. And it's honestly, you know, due to the earnings call. CEO is really confident. It is going to take the second half of the year, but that's okay. Everyone's going to take dip buys when they can get it.
I think you're about to get the buying pressure here, TJ. They just
I
got
think
it
it's just
over
moving with the market, to be honest.
SPEX.
I don't know, but I think you're about to get a hard launch on it. 200 is such a critical level on PanW. I think they need to keep this over, especially when it's already down. But yeah, expect like I see like a 2. Basically, if volume increases here, I see like 204, 205 TJ. So I think you're gonna get your 203, and yeah, just hold on. You averaged out, right? You had scaled into the 2000 after your original 1000.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, and how guys, I said if 322.75 breaks on SPY, I'm gonna take off another half of TVIX. I took off the half and TVIX is tanked. And SPY's ripped 50 cents here. Really, actually more. It was 70 cents. Really, really happy with that analysis there.
You guys see SAIL, SAIL? Man, I got scared. I thought, you know what, yesterday was over. This position's going.
So, guys, I want to add on to TVIX. However, I'm gonna only wait if 323
Arlo.
comes back under. If the price comes back under 323. Otherwise, I'll close out my position if this gets over 323.65 on SPY. I'll just close my TVIX play.
MFGP.
But I will consider adding just a little bit, like maybe the 25 I just took off here before on the. I'm gonna try doing a short here. Okay, never mind, guys. I wanted to get like a 49.49 on AM, but it came down like 6 cents instantly off the 49.50 fill. Dang. I'm gonna add here on the next break under 320. Okay, I added 25 on TX long. Yeah, and look at AMD go. That's 20 cents within 1 minute.
All right, I
Missed-
took some more size off on Pan W.
Nice. You like that breakout, TJ?
That's why I bought it. Nah, I'm expecting 2 or 3, but let's see.
Nah,
Nothing else like interests me right now. So
I think you'll get more, man. Look at the daily volume. It's already. I think you're gonna get way more. I think you're good.
there we go, scaled out, and then just gonna wait.
Yeah, just hold on to that last partial on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was my target anyways, 2 or 3. So
Perfect. How many do you have left? Like 500? A few hundred?
500 left.
All right, cool. Yeah, I'd say just have your stop set for your next partial and let it play out. Again, I see
And
I
guys,
see a
this
lot
is
of
why
room.
you have to have like, you know, some
CYNE.
fundamental skills too, because most people would have stopped out on this trade and then just redid it if they're. But if you know the fundamentals, you know, you can have some conviction in the trade, knowing
OXSQ.
that, hey, you know what, you're on the right side of the trade based on X, Y, and Z, and you're able to turn a losing trade into a winner.
I'm gonna try this AMD short now, guys. 49.49. Just 200 shares. So on this one, main resistance is 49.70 under this level. So I'll hold up to 49.70. At that point, I think it'll break out with a SPY over 323.50, SMH over 140. So I'm gonna try and take this down to 49 bucks and see if SPY will fail here. Does look good on the bearish side, guys, on AMD.
CTIB.
Beautiful. That add on TVIX working out as well.
I should just get out the whole
SPDX.
position. Actually, you can always bet
Guys,
again.
Tesla short alerted at 850. It's down to 830s here. It just had a low of day. I have 5 shares left, so see what we can do with it. Remember, yesterday 830 was a critical level. It failed it down to 822, reclaimed back up to 860, and then failed back to 830. So if 830 doesn't
AUY.
hold,
DSS.
then I'll keep these shares open. If it holds, then I'm gonna close out another couple of shares. Roku also trying to hold 118 here.
ACRX.
That was beautiful. Hit my target today. You know, hitting my target used to make me happy before.
Yeah, on the next guys, TVIX is super bullish, man. Like on this next pullback on SPY, if SPY has another pullback down to the 322.50, TVIX is gonna be at like $65. Based on how it's moved, based on what I'm seeing, it looks really, really strong. Just in terms of the movement, the push-ups on SPY are not driving TVIX down too hard. The push downs on SPY are ripping TVIX to the moon. Look at that. 63.50 HOD. Guys, SPY just tanked here. SPY's tanking. Just a heads up, guys. SPY's literally melting. That's guys, I gotta use the washroom, BRB.
HPQ. Gen. SNSS.
Damn, Spy just what the hell happened? What kind of news came? Something tripped those algos.
KTOS.
Someone send me the link to the YouTube stream for a sec. Never mind.
LPCN.
There we go. Oh, thank you.
CORV.
Oh, and guys, you know, if you guys are watching the YouTube stream, make sure to like it and you know, subscribe. Really I'm not trying to get rich off of YouTube, guys. Come on. Actually, I don't even think there's like 300 bucks in there. Like since we started like 3 years ago. But the money is actually going to Jay-Z because he's the one that's actually streaming it. So, you know, he has cost too. Hopefully, he can buy another graphics card with this or something. I can't do what Joe
PHUN.
Rogan does. He's amazing at his job.
ERX.
Oh, I forgot to send. Actually, I don't know if I sent it to you guys. It's pretty
THC.
old. Never mind. Oh, and UAL, there it looks bad on the news side, so keep an eye on UAL. I think the airline should be a beautiful
ZYNE.
short for there. I just posted it. It's in a text file because it's pretty long. All right, so I'm gonna look for another Pan W entry. Not sure where. Let's see where. Probably if we get a 200 bounce, I'll do it. If we don't, 199. Right now, if it doesn't tank, it still looks really bullish too. If it holds it over here because volume just decreased, looking at that move back up, we can see a nice, like a reverse.
AVNS. Nova.
Hey guys, I just added another 200 shares on my AMD short here at 49.52 before it just
Arlo.
came up. And I added to my TVIX long as well, guys, here at 62.50. Another clear rejection off 323.30 on SPY. Watch your pan W here, TJ.
Not in it right now.
You said you're not, or you are?
No, I'm not.
Oh, you closed out?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Okay, because I kind of want to. I think we're about to fail here, and I kind of want to take a short on this, under 200. So on the break of 200, I kind of want to try and short this. This is spread reduction on the ask. Bollinger Band's literally a fingernail's worth. It's super tight. VWAP sitting at 200. I think we can bring this down, or a buying opportunity in the 190s again for you. But I think we're about to fail this, TJ. Look at that. Oh. So now that we came down that hard, do I want to short it under 200? I do, but I'm not going to, because this move, I just saw it before it happened. The move just happened, and I don't want to short, even if it's under support. I'd rather be longing over support here at 200. Like, I'd rather go long here than short on this break of 200. This is a VWAP pullback. What do you think, TJ? It's sitting at 200 now. Just came down.
I like it for an entry here.
What a beautiful play, though. It just went from 201.17 to 199.64. Nowhere else would that have been alerted, guys. Only in UT. Candlesticks look pretty bad on the buying side. I think it has room here. RSI should have just reset. I think we can get this back up to 202. So I'm glad I didn't take that short under the 200. I think I'm going to try along on this, just to reduce the position size. I'm just going to do 100 shares.
BBPR.
I'll just wait for a little spread reduction. And target back to 202. This time I'm going to try this one, now that we've based out a bit. And holding VWAP. See if I can get a couple bucks like you did, TJ. Just be really careful, guys, on the spread reductions. Like, if you're watching the level 2, you can see if they're reducing on the ask or reducing on the bid. So when I see reductions to 1 penny right away, on the ask side right away, I'm feeling bearish on it. So then I start focusing on the tape. And if there's no fills going through on the buy side, it's not good. If there are fills going through, but it's not breaking, it's also not good. So we'll see what happens.
CORV.
I'm going to take it.
Which one, Johnny?
And W. I
Nice.
took
Yeah,
$200.17. I'm gonna risk 50 cents on this. If this breaks 199.50 on the bid, I'm just gonna sell it. I don't want to add to this one, in case selling pressure picks up hard. So yeah, SPY huge fail, guys. From 323.30, I had just alerted it. It's come down $1 a share again. AMD short is actually amazing. Up over 50 cents a share here on the short. It's under 49 now. I shorted that and I added. I still have 400 shares on the. And Tesla is still chilling at the 830s, and I still have these 5 shares.
TBF.
TVIX as well. I have 50 shares still. I haven't taken anything off, and we just broke the high of day there, which is great. So we'll see what happens. Also, if AMD breaks 49.12, I'll take off half, because 49.12 was previous acting resistance level, and one of our key levels in the 49. So I like 49.12. Well, 49, 49.12, 49.30. 50, 70, and then $50.
OPRA.
Yeah, WIX is a long term. I only trade tickers that I want to hold on for long term because then my risk is even lower, right? Like, what's the worst that can happen? I can bag hold that. So something like that. It's an easy trade for me now. WIX, I alerted this at 130 yesterday, hit 139s, well 138.50s today. So I'm not expecting too much going into it right now, and I wouldn't buy it over here. But yeah, that's just me. Remember, be a little bit more short term. When you have market volatility, you don't want to be like, oh, I'm going to hold this for not the timing for that.
LPCN. SRRK.
Man, Pan W scaring me here. This consolidation at $200. I do like that there is some volume going through, but it's just honestly it's like I think I'm just gonna sell it. It's not really my type of play. I'm looking at this now and I'm thinking to myself, I wonder why I think I was a little too focused on the chart here instead of uh focusing on like is this my kind of play? And the volume on it is kind of slow. So I think I'm just gonna try and get out of this. Like I have the 100 shares, TJ, but I don't know. My entry is $200.17, literally right here on the ask. So I'll try and get $1 from it. It's okay. I'll go for a 2 to 1. So it looks like it has room to move up here to 201 to fill the gap. They were able to hold this on barely any buying pressure, which I'm liking. I think we can get a MACD bullish cross, RSI breakout. Oh, there it is. Beautiful. We got a little push here. And by the way, guys, SPY 322.50 and 322.75 are critical levels. And SPY just rejected here 20 cents. Looks like they're pulling orders here on SPY. It's approaching low of day. There's also a gap in the candlestick. 1.5 cents gap, guys. Be careful on SPY here. I think I'm going to be adding more to my TVIX.
TBT.
Also more to my AMD short. I just want to see AMD crack 49, but it is showing bullishness. Like, kind of want to take something off here. I'll take off another 100 on the break of 49.20, and that'll leave me down to just 100. TVIX $64. I think I had said that when SPY breaks low of day, TVIX will be near 65. Let's see if we can get that. So TVIX alerted short at 61.11, alerted the cover 61.50s, alerted the reversal 61.70s, alerted the partial in the 60. Let me double check. Took a small partial in the 62s, and then took another small partial 63s, and then SPY very close to low of day here. If Pan W doesn't break out here and it goes under 200 on the bid, I'm just gonna take the loss. I'm not gonna stop out at 199.50. I think I'll just close it. You guys know me. I love the volatility. So on this one, it doesn't really have any. Would have been nicer in the morning while TJ was trading it, but I was too focused on the other plays. So as you can see, AMD didn't crack that 49.20, and it's already come down an additional 30 cents. We'll see what happens with these 200 shares. Still looking pretty good, up about 60 cents. Yeah, I sold the Pan W here. It has support at $200 but it looks like selling pressure is about to take it out. SPY, low of daybreak, and TVIX, guys. TVIX didn't get that 65 that I wanted, but we're at 64.20s here. And yeah, this is great. We're all killing. I hope everyone's killing it today. Like I'm at my profit target ×2, so I'm done for the day.
DYAI.
In terms of my trades, I'm not going to be actively looking for new trade setups, but I'll definitely be analyzing. And if I see anything that's like beautiful, I'll probably end up taking it. One of the reasons why we build winners is that we don't. The more you look at something, the more inclined you are going to be to trade it, whether you're in the position or not.
CRX.
Oh, TJ, would you agree? Oh, and look at that, Pan W, guys. Right after I sold it, it tanked. Well, okay, it's down $1 a share, so I'm really happy I
VVPR.
got out of that.
NLS.
Guys, Tesla, 817. It's down $35 from the alert. And TJ's watch this level. So I put on the watch list yesterday. TJ put it today. On Friday, I think TJ put at 850. In the past, we've put at 850. One day we took it from 850 down to 703. So like we know 850 is a critical level, guys.
Ping.
We alerted it when it was under, and it literally just has tanked and tanked and tanked. And I said it before we even started trading, guys. I said, I think we could definitely make money on Tesla here. Everyone can make money and just use a tiny position size, even like 10 shares. The 10 shares here would be $400. Man, SPY 321.40s here. TVIX $65. This is our 3% upline on our pivot point.
SPEX. SPEX VIAC WTTR
2 cent spread on SPY here.
Arlo
Guys, they're literally pulling the orders. This is about to break 321. Market's melting 320.80s here. PJ, check your long terms, brother. AMD 4850 low. Roku 114s. TVIX 66 approach. I'm done. PJ, if you need help or anything, just give me a shout. Just tell me what to look at, and I'll tell you what I think.
GASL
PJ, are you there?
GCI
Yo, Blonde, you're This might be the last hurrah, guys. One last push up before they melt the just to average their positions. Let's see what happens. Apple hard upturn here. Apple up $1 a share from that low. Higher actually.
LPCN. GNCA. NGD. Tub. TBT. FNGD. TBF. VNE. AACG. HVTA. SREV.
Sorry, guys, wasn't able to be on voice chat for had a call.
It's all good. I was trying to yell your name because Spy melted to 31950 target.
Yeah, I was watching that. It's all good.
Man, that's huge.
That's a tank.
That is a tank. Yeah, and so guys, I just wanted to say sorry real quickly to everyone if I made your ears bleed at all when on that massive move when TVIX ripped the dollar and Spy tanked the dollar. Yeah, so my mistake, guys. Just it's not often we get moves like this. And TJ, actually check PM. I had sent you a little a message about that move and what had
BLRV.
happened on times before when I saw it. Like we're literally talking like $15 moves. So I'm not saying that's gonna happen, but I'm just recalling what happened in the past.
SPEX. CDEV. FBM.
Guys, Tesla 805. Well, 807 now, but 804
SBPH.
low of day. Guys, AMD sitting at inflection point, literally a key level here, 48.30. I can't believe it tanked all the way to 47.77. I almost got faked out at that 49.20. I was like, oh, if this breaks, I'm just gonna take off another 100. It rejected. Boom, down another $1.50. So that being said, I'm gonna go enjoy whatever nice weather we have because TJ, I don't know if you heard, we're gonna get like half a foot of snow tomorrow and tonight. So yeah, gonna try and enjoy the weather. So I'll be back later, guys. I'm gonna just chill for a bit. If anyone is getting wrecked right now or needs help, don't be shy. Like we're here to help. We're here every day trying to help. So don't feel shy to message. Uh, I don't want to say don't message TJ, but because TJ has a lot of long terms that he needs his attention on right now. So like feel free to message me, Johnny, and or even like Jay Z. Any of the executives, I'm sure are willing to help if they're online.
Or just message online.
Yeah, or just put it on the trading chat, and anyone in the trading chat, I'm sure would be more than willing to help. But yeah, if you're kind of like wary about sharing it, and you don't want people to know that you're not having a good day or something, then just don't say it. Just say, what do you think about this? But if you want some time, I have some time right now. I'll be back.
GNCA. Mu. GASL.
And guys, also note that that alert that I gave, that major bearish alert, was that so on the downtrend holding just the regular trend down, it was a 1.5 cent gap on the candlestick on the 1 minute. That would have been right at the 10:20. Give me 1 second. Just looking for it exactly where it was. 10:16 and 10:17 a.m. on SPY.
CVIA. COCP.
TJ, Pan W's at my previous entry, $200.17. It's the 100 EMA right now. Price back over VWAP. SPY back under 320 after that 321 hard push. And now we have KPP saying a lot of open interest on 320 SPY. Thank you for the contribution there, KPP.
VIAC.
Oh wow, guys, 3 cent gap, 3 cent gap on a close on SPY, 1046 into 1047, 1 cent gap into 1048. That's a bearish, and the 3 cent gap on a candlestick that's not at market open or market close is an extremely bearish indicator for me on the market on SPY. So just keep that in mind. I think we're gonna have hard downturn on the 319.50 break. We go for 318. From what I remember, there is not that much support between 315 to 320 on the market, and also not much between 320 to 325. I'd mentioned it yesterday. Only 323 and 324 were levels that I liked. So we'll see. Is that bearish indicator, man? 3 cent gap already down. Oh my goodness, $319.08. A really hard pullback, guys. So it just tells me it's more scale outs, and you got to be really, really careful. Anything that you're trading today, just reduce size. Like Tesla's at low of day, it's down $50. So what we've noticed is that it can go, if it's
AEY.
more than 1 times ATR, then we look for at least 2 times ATR. ATR on Tesla is usually $30. So right now it's down somewhat high 856. So literally it just hit the 2 times ATR, almost like $1 off, 50 cents off or something. So that being said, if the 2 times ATR breaks, then we look for 3 times ATR, and that means I'm looking for 760s to 780s. I think we can build support at 780s, from what I remember and from what I'm seeing here. Oh man, this is absolutely amazing. SPY 318.89.
TBF. FAS.
TVIX guys, HOD here. It's about to rip up here to 68. Oh my god, SPY 318.50. Hey guys, I'm done. TJ, if you need help, just let me know. Just tell me what to look at. But I'm gonna go AFK for a bit, so message my other account.
Yeah, sorry, I was just watching some YouTube video.
HPQ. CATB. OXSQ. 4. Mu. CORV. ACHV.
All right. So if pan W doesn't break over that 200, I'll get out. If it does, I'll.
SUMR. DYAI. BCLI. SPEX. RYAM. VIAC. Agio. MEDP. NERV. FNGD. able, tub, SPEX, SQQQM, GS80, BCLI, mu, KRP, HPQ, GCI. PHUN. AKTS.
All right, I'm back.
IMV. ATNX.
So you asked a good point. It's not the stocks that I'm worried about. The individual stocks that we love and trade all the time. That's not what I'm worried about. It's more about the market. So when the market goes down, the market, the stocks are also going to go down. So I don't think I can give out like a price level where I think Nvidia is bullish. On a technical scale, I mean, 250 is a nice area to buy, all the way down to 230s. That's a nice area. But on a like if I'm holding for a long term, right? And if that's my strategy, you just got to let the market go as far down as it possibly can. So you get like those nice dip buys. Now, on a day trading side, you can buy Nvidia here and still make money. And don't forget to hedge out some risk, guys. This is the perfect time to hedge out. One of the sectors getting hit is, Dow Jones transportation. That one's getting hit hard.
GASL.
Remember, tech is going to be the one thing that's going to fall the hardest. So, to be really short term on all your trades going forward. We've been saying it. It's about time that we had a nice little correction.
SUMR. VET.
Yeah, and one more thing too. Alan posted on the profit and loss that he's down. He's been trading a lot of options. Guys, this isn't the time to be trading options. Like, please stay away from those sides. If you're scalping, it's a different story. When we made a big move, like, yeah, when I bought Amazon, I was expecting it to move up because the market moved. So, yeah, that's okay. Just trading it now, it's so risky. There's gaps in price. The whole news is around China. And like I mentioned yesterday, if the price, like, if things are getting priced in China and then it's affecting, UK, Europe, and America, then we're gonna see gaps in price up and down. So like swing trading options in that kind of environment, when we have something where like China opens first, it's not safe. If it was the
ATSG.
other way around, then it's a different story. Yeah, and you need a steady move, or else every time the price gaps up and down, the IB just rinses off the option contracts. It just makes no sense to even. I mean, that's the exact principle why I actually got out of those VIX calls yesterday, right? Because I knew if we gapped in price today, IB's gonna rinse off. I'm just losing some profit. Didn't buy some today, but I should have. Didn't think it was gonna like the market was gonna come down hard again. Look at that market move, though. Oh, when do we buy AMD? Let's see what AMD's at. Yes, AMD's back at support.
CSOD.
I'm gonna take a starter into AMD. Market tanked a bit lower, but you see AMD holding on that daily chart. It looks pretty strong. I like that 47 entry. We took that previously. I think my average was like 46 something, closer to like the 47. So I'm a little bit more confident on this trade.
one,
All right, I'm gonna do a quick lesson here, guys. Okay. And I want you, like, this is the simplest way that you can actually look at it. This isn't actually how we do it, but I thought maybe if I break this down this way, it'll make more sense to you guys about what price action is and how much of a difference it makes when the price goes up. We look at technical levels, we look at levels based on like the news, the catalyst, the hype, right? The momentum behind it, growth factors, all that different stuff, right? But the
RYAM,
easiest way to break it down is like, you want to kind of justify, did the trend like make its move? Like um does it make sense for the trend to be here? Right now, those kind of questions you got to be able to answer yourself. And some of the easiest ways I look at it um is pretty much just looking at the market cap. It's that simple, like when you bought it and then the market cap when you sold it. This helps me to kind of get away from my biasness. Right now, I'll quickly explain it to you.
mu,
So let's take a look at AMD for example. You guys know I sold at the 48, 90s, 49s, sorry, 58 to 59 area. The reason for that was I wanted to see, was it worth selling? That day to me it seemed unreasonable that it should be trading up that high, right? So now someone just um, post down there AMD's outstanding shares. Someone find out what's AMD's outstanding share. Anyone else have any different numbers? Is it still 1.26 billion?
tub,
Okay, so we're gonna see a lot of different ones, and you'll see this why. You'll see why. Um, different websites have their own different sources, right? Some of them are delayed, while some of them are more recent.
TEDU,
I think the
APT,
1.16, 1.17, that's just like a rounding side. Now the 1.26, maybe that's the previous quarter, and then the 1.16 is probably the current quarter. That's what I'm. How do we confirm this? I'm assuming it's 1.16 because if it was AMD, if it would have made sense for them to do buyback. Okay, so the float's 1.6. Yes. So like Dobie said, Dobie, did you get your number from the current SEC?
I went on FinViz. I'm looking it up now.
Cody. IMV. VIAC.
Yep, it is 1.16. There we go. I'll just post. So you can see there it's 1.16 now. So let's just round it up. 1.16, 1.17. I mean. Now, what's the price? 1.17 billion multiplied by 47. Okay, what's the current price on AMD? Let's take a look. Let's say 48. Man, we got a good entry on AMD. Look at that. Beautiful. Look at that. We got the bottom. So outstanding shares multiplied by current price. What does that give you? That'll give you the market cap. Perfect. So what's the market cap right now? What are we trading at? $48 at 1.17 billion OS. Come on, guys. Uh, 56. It should be 56. Should be like 56.16. All right, so that's the billions, right? So now, when it was, what's the market cap when it was trading at 59? Perfect. So Lemonize got it 69. So now tell me, how much did it go down by from the 59, from the recent highs? $13 billion that went down in market cap. Right?
CODX.
So you kind of want to look at this. Does the move justify, a $13 billion market cap decrease? It pretty much did, right? Because of the news, tech was getting sold off, made sense. So now we're looking at it. Okay, we're now buying it at a $13 billion discount. Is it worth it? Use this to your advantage, especially when you're in a trade. It's like we all want trades to go to $1 billion. It's like there's no two ways around it. I wish my Apple trade would go to like Amazon level, like $1,900 to $2,000 easy. But you always want to look at, does it make sense for it to go up? Does it make sense to be trading at that level? That sort of questions you have to answer for yourself, right? The only way you're going to be able to do that is by actually doing a little bit of math. Like, this is simple math. Someone in grade 3 can do it. I hope. I don't know. I'm not a teacher, but yeah. So see a move, like especially when you see earnings, earnings going up. Remember, the market does not reward you for doing your job. It rewards you for doing better than what the streets expected you, right? So then let's say it did do better. Let's say, hey, you know what? Our growth rate is substantially increasing, right? We can add that to a model. You can see that increase. So the next question is, okay, is it worth it? Like, am I buying it too late? Is it already priced in? These are questions you can answer by just looking at how the stock's been traded and previously, like the recent highs, the recent lows, that sort of stuff.
CPS.
Now, this is the simplest way to do it, okay? But I'll be honest, like, with fundamentals, it's not necessarily about your model. It's not about what you do that matters. It really doesn't. It's supply and demand. You have to be the first. You have to be the first in, first out. That's just how the rule works. So how do you be the first in, first? You gotta listen to earnings calls. You have to make it a priority
SUMR.
to learn from what the analysts are saying. I know you guys spend so many hours on technical analysis, and that's why, like, now I'm trying to get you into, you guys know the history of UT, right? First, I taught you guys how to scalp. That's the biggest, easiest, like, fastest way to manage your risk and, make money. I used to do 500 scalps a day. It went from like 10 cents to like 30 cents and higher, right? Now, that was important because you guys got to have that trader's mentality. No matter what I do, you guys have to be able to stop out, have to be able to take profits, have to go against your biasness, and you have to be quick at thinking. Those sort of skills you get from doing exactly that, day trading. Secondly, I taught you guys how to, like, pretty much how to just short anything, right? How to take that top of the, short at the resistance level, hold on to it, build some
DRD.
conviction on the trade. And now, like, in this time period, you guys, like, the reason I'm mentioning fundamentals a lot more is because fundamentals are going to be something that you have to focus on at this point. I know not everyone is caught up to date. I know, like, Soya, the older guys, Turkey Dirk, Hitash, Dobie, the guys up to me, all of those guys, like, the guys that have been around for a while, you guys know, the progression. I guess I see your progression, so I can kind of tell you guys are probably ready now to learn some fundamental side. And especially if the market tanks, you're going to look for deals. You have to find deals. You want to find conviction in some trades because it's not going to go your way. When you're trading fundamentals, it's a whole different ball game. You can't just have such a conviction and you can't even back it up. You can't be like, okay, it's going to go up eventually, and you go against the market. You can't do that. The market is always right, and it doesn't matter how good of a discount a stock is trading at. Wherever the market goes, the majority of the stocks are going to follow, right? So the reason I'm bringing up fundamentals too is because now, like right now, what are we trading? We're trading tech. Why? Higher profit margins. Good. What happens when those decrease? What are we going to be looking at? So historically, when we go into a bear market, which sector is going to be the best return? Historically, it's going to be the mid caps. It's going to be your small caps, right? And it's going to be the defensive tickers. Yeah, of course, the defensives are always going to be good. But even the defensives are going to get, tackled on, right? When we have major industries coming down, transportation coming down, the only things that's really going up is like utilities doing all right, right? But even consumer discretionaries, consumer staples, all of them are going to start coming down too, right? Now, we know tech is going to be the hardest hit, but which tech stocks are going to get hit the hardest? The ones with global exposure, right? For now, if something happens bad in our economy within America, what's going to happen? We're going to see more people losing their jobs. When that comes down, we're going to be looking at stocks that have more revenue stream from within America, within North America, right? So it's a different ball game when you really look at, when you kind of break it down. But so let's say we're going to find value. How are we going to find value? Okay, most of these tech stocks moved up because of what? Because of a relative valuation of the other tech stocks, right? Not because of their own merits. but based on companies within that same sector, right? So now you want to break it down and be like, okay, which sector was performing good? We already agreed on tech. So which one of that sector, which stock out of that sector made sense to you, right? Like which one made sense? Like Apple makes sense, Nvidia makes sense. When those things move up, it's based on fundamentals. When Amazon moves up, based on fundamentals, easy trades, right? So which one just moved up because the sector moved up? Once you answer that question, you know exactly which one's is short, which one should have the biggest impact on the low side, right? But then you're going to notice some other opportunities
Luna.
too, right? There's always two sides of a trade. And you're going to notice that, hey, some stocks that are really, really good have come down, and it came down just because the market did. So, find these opportunities. You can find them by just kind of evaluating how much has it gone up recently? Does this market cap increase justify like the stock and its time frame? If a stock is increasing, let's say by let's say a stock that has 900 million annual revenue. Someone write this down. 900 million annual revenue. Next quarter they're expecting 1 billion. Now the market cap went up $5 billion. Is that like just based on the news, nothing else, just the news, just the guidance increase? Is that still an acceptable buy? Yes or no? And why would you suggest one way over the other? I really want you to just analyze this. I know it's not a lot of data, but tell me, just break it down and tell me, what do you think? From based on everything I taught you guys about DCF model. Second part, they're expecting 1 billion next year. I forgot what I said for market cap. Went up by 5 billion, I think. Is that reason?
NMRD. Mu.
And I want you to really dig down and dissect this information and tell me if it's
ELGX.
worth it. Like, did it make sense? Why does it make sense? What are people pricing in? Market isn't stupid. If it went up by 5 billion, there has to be a reason for it. So why?
Abridged. ERX.
Sold some Pan W, by the way.
VIAC.
Come on, I want longer
Vlad.
answers from you guys. Use everything I taught you guys. Think like a market maker. Think like a portfolio manager.
KRP.
Well, the question's simple. Would you buy it? Yeah, is it worth buying right now if it went up 5 billion in market cap based on that? Why? What questions needs to be answered? Like really dig down into this. I want to see the most analytical answer that you can provide. Look at that AMD buy, by the way. Hopefully you guys got it. Guys, there's no wrong answers, by the way. Okay? Come on. Don't be shy. Ooh, I like that. There we go. Not in one quarter, it's going to be annual. So they're expecting 1 billion next. There you go. Lemonize. I like that. And I like that. See, there you go. You're asking questions, and that's the biggest thing. Okay. It's not about having all the answers, it's knowing how to get the answers, right? Like, that's most important. Like, you got to be able to ask yourself, what are we missing in this equation? What do we need to make a better assessment? How do I build more conviction in a trade? And especially when it comes to fundamentals, what piece of the pie are we missing, right? And you brought up a good rate. Like, was this growth? I know Gabe brought it up. I ignored the comment because I wanted you guys to just do it on your own. But was it something that the market expected? You know, was this something above or below the revenue growth, like Mr. Plan mentioned? All these things have to be answered, right? So when you look at it, it's not just gonna, like, you can't just be like, oh, okay, it justifies it, it's gonna work in every scenario. No, it's like, okay, what was their previous growth? And let's say now we're getting into more
CRTO.
deeper analysis, and I want you guys to know this too, okay? I'm trying to actually word it in a way where it's a lot more, like, less complicated, layman's terms, really tough to do, but we're just gonna play along with this scenario, okay? Now you guys came up with the right answers. Now I'm going to give you more
DSS.
data, okay? They had an 8% revenue growth. Okay, year over year. That's the year over year return. 8% revenue. Previously, this is previous numbers, okay? That quarter, they were expected only to do 880 million. That quarter. The current quarter. Well, the previous one. The one where they just released their earnings. There you go, Gabe. See? Not as appealing as before, is it? I'm not talking about AMD. I'm just talking just like a stock that I like. I'm just making up a stock. Let's say it's called. No, TJ stock is always going to be higher growth. We all know.
SMPL.
So, you know, Gabe, Lemonize, you guys brought up a really good points, and I want you guys to actually look at this. This is important for you guys. You know, how confident is management? You know, what's the one thing Gabe mentioned? Gabe already mentioned. I think he probably memorized this. LPEG. What is LPEG? Taught you guys this last year. Don't let me down. You're not allowed to go into Dream Team and just like pull up the data. Don't cheat. You're cheating yourself. Come on, Cypher should know this one. LPEG. Anyone in the Dream Team would know what LPEG. We mentioned this previously. Gabe, I know I taught you this
ELGX.
personally, so no. The most ridiculous answer. You're taking away my childhood right now, Gabe. Don't do it. Do not cheat. Dobie, you can. There we go, Cypher. Come on, don't cheat, guys. Come on, you're only cheating yourself. You have to remember all this shit. There we go. Liquidity, profitability.
RYAM.
Gearing. Gearing is the last one. All right, now Gabe, you can go ahead. Well, Dobie, you can go ahead and just copy and paste. Yes, gearing means something else, but it's actually more important in our line of business. When you look for value, it's more important to look at. There you go. Okay. So what do you guys see there? Liquidity, cash, profits, expenses, debt, right? LPEG is for short. It's not in that order, by the way. I made it LPEG just so I remember it in my
Glad.
head. So what Gabe just posted there is how do we measure it? These are the ratios. I know Soya mentioned and asked about these ratios himself. So, obviously I wanted to bring that up because of Soya alone. These are some of the ratios that you guys should be looking at. Debt to equity, really important when we're looking at valuations, when we're looking at cash flow. That's so important. Do they have enough cash flow to meet their obligations? What else? Net profits, EBITDA to sales is good. Profitability, we want to see what the EBITDA margins are. You missed the D over there. Current ratio, I don't use the current ratio as much. I mean, guys, like accounting, you can actually, let's see, you can like technically you can make up numbers when it comes to accounting, right?
VHI.
And you can lie on those numbers. So when I look at current ratios, sure, if it's a trusted company, I'll trust it. If it's a company with a lot of intangibles, like we mentioned on Aqua, where they had like 500 million in intangibles and like 900 million in like total assets, would I trust their numbers there? Would I use a current ratio to justify any kind of position in that kind of a play? No. If it was Apple, different story, different ball game. Now, efficiency. Efficiency is really important. Okay, and it's not just the expense to sales ratio either. You want to look at capex. Is it increasing? Is it decreasing? What are they spending it on? You want to look at the revenue side and like with the COGS. Cost of revenues, cost of goods sold. You want to see all of these stuff, and you want to see, is it increasing, decreasing, quarter to quarter? How is it going? You want to see the long-term trend. These kind of stuff, I wish you can put it into like one model. It'll give you all the answers. That's not how easy it is. But everything you do here is so important to build conviction in a trade. If you can't build conviction, you're not going to hold as long as you can, or you're going to stop yourself out, and you're going to see like imagine if I stop myself out of Pan W. It went down $2 against me. I should have been like, oh, okay, market's tanking. I'm just gonna get out. It's gonna continuously tank. No, the market actually fucking tanked way more than that, and it still stayed at my $200 level. Why? Because I had conviction on the trade. I was okay with taking a drawdown. Now that conviction, did it come today? Did it come just based on earnings this quarter? Hell no, it didn't come on any of those factors. It's the research that I did prior to this that I can carry forward to this day, right? I sold this like 2 or 3 quarters ago, but still remember the data because I had to do all this nitty gritty analysis into it, right? Now, these are stuff that you always have to keep in mind. That's why I stick to tech. I'm not going to try and specialize in every single fucking sector. There's no way I can memorize all that data, and I don't know how to apply it again when a trade comes my way. If I apply to the ones that I do focus on, I have more probability of having
CJJD.
successful trades because I'll remember some of the data. When it comes to a day trade, I won't get scared out of that position. Even on days like this when it's bloody as hell, right?
ACHV.
These kind of stuff matters, and I wanted you guys to like look into it, and I wish there was an easier way to do it. I wish there was a guideline like, okay, it has to be like, let's say profitability has to be at 15%. EBITDA margins has to be like over 8. I wish there was like a actual hard line number, but there
ELGX.
isn't. And that's the fact of the matter. Like, you have to know your numbers. And the only way you'll do that is by analyzing individual stocks and coming up with their own justifications in those trades. I hope that helped, guys.
NMRD.
Gabe, what was your question about? How much cash? No, cash is a different story. So that depends. Like, how much cash does the company need is the question you should ask. What kind of economic cycle are we at? Apple having a large amount of cash, that's good for them. They're having majority of their like assets, I believe. Okay, don't quote me on this. Last time I looked at asset, like Apple's book is a long time ago. So when I bought it back in December, but I believe that a majority of their assets is cash, right? Or short-term investments, one of the two. Yeah, Yanni, a lot of things will go over your head. I swear I tried to mention it in the smallest amount. Like not the smallest amount, like the easiest way that you can remember it. But some of these stuff are confusing and it's just gonna take some time. Like Google is yeah, when you look at current assets, how much of their current assets is cash on app? Current assets, guys, from current assets. Okay, so 1.63 is their current assets. From that, 107 is cash and short-term investment. Sorry, not 1.63 billion. 163.2 billion in current assets. From that current assets, 107 billion is in cash and short-term investment. So what happens when the market crashes? Who's going to be in such a good position to acquire bad companies that just got destroyed?
People with the most cash.
Exactly. Cash is king. Cash is king, especially going into these quarters. So in this time frame, yeah, it makes sense. But Gabe, what if Apple just acquired some huge companies? Their cash flow comes down. Is that bad? So you see what I'm saying? Like, there's some situations where cash is like good, but then there's some situations where it's not. It's like, well, you're not effectively doing anything with that cash. Like, that's why most of Apple's cash flow, if you notice, is in short-term investments, right? Just so they're not just letting it sit there. They have about 28 billion in cash, and then short-term investments is about 70 billion, 67 billion. It wasn't the weakness; it was just overvaluedness. Like, everyone liked Pan. So again, this is industry insights, right? It's like remember Pan W from back in the day. I know how analysts looked at it. I know how my fellow analysts look at it. And I know how insiders would look at it. Like mutual fund managers. This was a position that's made them a lot of money in the last few years. And it's one of the leaders, right, in the sector. So every portfolio is going to have it. Every portfolio is already in it. So my question right now is, is this earnings going to make them dump it? Based on the earnings, it should have been a dump like a while back. This is consistently that Pan W isn't doing what it's expecting to do. But based on the earnings call, you hold on to the stock. They made some stupid mistake. Well, I don't know. It's probably because they were getting greedy and changed like the compensation structure in their workforce. And it's just a stupid this happens anytime you need a drastic change. What's the first thing you do? You go to cost cutting measures, right? And the easiest thing to cut, one, is when unemployment is so low, when everyone wants a job in your firm, what's the easiest thing to cut? You cut the bottom 10% of your staff, and then you also cut all of their, let's say 2 to 8% of their, earnings. Boom. You don't even have to grow your revenue. You just made capex. Like, you cut a capex, your cogs have gone down.
SUMR.
Everything's looking beautiful in your books. You don't actually have to even like have revenue growth for you to have a good system, right? They assume they can do that, but it's not how you should do it in a good, in a world that we live. Way too competitive. The best talent's gonna leave. Now, I think the next, like the second half is what they're expecting. So that's when it's going to move up. So now the question comes, okay, is it at a good valuation? And it looks good for now, right now. Again, you have to keep in mind, like I like PanW. I'm probably going to be trading this into the next like second half of the year. But that doesn't mean I'm just going to buy a position at 200 and hold it for dear life. Just going to be scalping around it just because of the market fluctuations. Not gonna risk it on that. Market's way too volatile, and I really do think that this is a huge problem. Like people are underplaying like how aggressively this virus is. No, well, now they're not. Now they're like, okay, this is getting serious. But when we were at like not even 60,000, when we were looking at it, when there was confirmed cases of like
APTs.
6,000, and it went up to like 10,000. I mentioned it that day alone. It's like that's a ridiculous growth rate. And then it's just like financial modeling. You just fucking model it. What would happen next week if this is the week to week growth on it? Just like model it out. Let's assume that the higher it goes, the lower the rates go. It just doesn't even make sense. Like it is really. Oh, and that's why I said, like, I'd never mentioned you guys to get into defensive stocks, and that's why I never mentioned it. It's not the time to buy defensive either. For funds, it's a time for them to like, go into less risky or less volatile stocks, right? Because they have to be, what is it? What do funds have to do? They get paid to manage funds. They can't just be sitting in cash like Apple. As traders, we have that ability, the flexibility to just sit on our hands. So, guys, can someone actually find it? Last year, when we had this China trade war stuff, right? I posted a chart from Goldman Sachs, which showed which one of the S&P 500 stocks had the most exposure to China. If we can use that data again, we can use that to our advantage going forward. I just don't know where it is.
Damn, I know exactly which post you're talking about.
Yeah, there we
Ding.
go. Thank you.
Oh, Audrey.
There we go. See, you see this? You see why we were like bearish on some of these stocks. Like look at the impact that they're having. Huge. So you can use this. If this much of their revenue exposure is in Greater China, use this to your advantage. When you're looking at which tech stocks do I possibly short, there you go. Refer to this list. Find the deal before everyone else. See, there we go. Look at this team. I love this teamwork, by the way. This is what we wanted from this group. Everyone working together. Because believe me, like the money comes. If we work together, we can accomplish anything. That's just how funds work. It's just the winning formula, I guess. Look how we picked up data from look at this, July 2018. Okay. We looked at this data from all the way back then, and we can still apply to this day. That's why I'm saying, like, once you know that sector, there's so much things that you can do, especially with the stocks that you know within that sector. Ooh, MU. Let's look at MU here. I think MU is still should go down. Actually, wait, they deal with more B2B side, right? Like not on the consumer and consumer products, right? It's like more like they sell to more businesses, right? Than they do the end retailers. So let's find a stock where they deal with retailers. Win. Okay. Okay. Plus, they had shitty earnings, right? Win had pretty bad earnings. So Win might not be a good one. Might not be a bad one to short.
ELGX.
And see, you can use stuff from previous. Like I already knew Win had bad earnings based on previously because that was all. Well, it wasn't even me. It was actually Oscar who mentioned. So then I looked at their earnings and I was like, oh, that was bad. So you can just take that data and just apply it to this current situation or conversation, I guess. Hey, Nick, do you remember when we were looking at I think it's MEP or something like.
MEP.
Yeah, I think it was MEP. MC MCAP or something. We were looking for deals. I did a lesson after hours. It was about the best sectors to buy at this time, right? And I think we did it in the swing trading chat room. And we came up with a couple insurance companies because they were just trading at a deep value.
Oh, that might be on my FinViz, but I doubt it's saved. But I remember.
Yeah, we did some research into it. So let's review some of those if we can find it.
I may have deleted it because I was watching it for a while and they were just going sideways. They weren't really doing anything. But I'll look right now.
Yeah, because that lesson, if we can pull up the data from that lesson, you guys can apply it.
Mu. RYAM. ERX.
No, it's not saved.
What was that insurance company's name? I think it was MCEP. Nope, not that one. That's energy. Okay, I can't find it. Gave it a try, but it's okay. Anyways, yeah.
CPS.
If we keep working as a team, guys, we'll make it. It just, it's important that we have that team mentality. Because I'll be honest, like, even trading alone, like, I wasn't making as much money as I did when I was trading with a team. It just makes more sense, right? More eyes on the market, more opinions, less biasness, right? When you're trading alone, it's really difficult because you're gonna, kind of like believe your strategy. One thing that really helped me, I'll be honest, is like when I make alerts, you know, you can probably see like it's progressed to the point where it's like I only alert the best alerts.
ELGX.
For that, that means I have to do the best research. And it actually has like a little correlation between each other because I don't want you guys to be into any bad trade. So based on that, I only alert like the good, like the trades that I have like high conviction. Can't say it's like only good trades because yeah, we still stop out on some. Yeah, I was looking at XPEL too. I still got like 5,000 shares left in that. I was like,
HRZN.
should I add? Yeah, yesterday I was like, okay, I hope this would move up.
FENY.
Yeah, like don't be embarrassed, guys. Share, and it'll help you.
NMRD.
Like, personally, I don't want to see you guys fail. So, I do actually more research than I would on my
NMRD.
own trades, to be honest. I don't actually need as much research anymore. I can do it myself and just get the gist of the trade and trade it. But just to help out, I try to do more research on it, and obviously it's helped me personally too, right? Builds more conviction on my trades, more size onto my trades equals more profits. Oh, one more stock that I want to actually like, that's like a buy opportunity for me. Match came back down to our previous entry. 65 was my previous entry, I think, around there. 64, 65. So
Oh, check out this growth ticker, Ever, EVER.
is it Everbright? Is that the one? No.
EverQuote. It's like a online insurance company.
The insurance is tricky. Like, I wouldn't go with insurance in this economic.
AMU.
KHC, I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship for that one because I got
MLCQ.
stopped out so many times on that stock. And then when it ripped, didn't make money because I wasn't in it. Because I was like, because of the previous, I think, two or three stop outs, the next time it went up and I broke even on the the entire trade. I just closed it, and then obviously that's when I like the valuation on KHC, but I think we have more time to. Like, there's way better trades we can trade now. Now the market's crashing, there's going to be so much good opportunities. We don't have to go for the second tier ones. We can just trade the top at lower prices. Like Apple, guys, come on. Apple is just easy. We already went over their assets. I mean, I think Apple's been dying for a correction.
ACHV. VIAC.
SO, not familiar with SO. Again, I don't trade much other sector. Just easier to, there's no jack of all trades really. Like, you got to specialize in one side. That's when you can build conviction, where you're making the right move. I mean, take a look at Bill Ackman. Guy got into Valiant, didn't probably know anything about biotechs. His same thing with Herbalife. At first glance, it's not bad. I think SO is good. Looks pretty decent on the books. I don't like the asset breakdown. Let's take a look at it. So here's things that worry me about companies like this, like SO, right? What's their current 10 billion? What's their total assets? 118. Why the fuck is there such a big discrepancy between those two numbers? That's a huge discrepancy. So then you go into it, and like, as soon as I saw it, I already knew what it was going to be. And look at intangibles, 500 million in intangibles. Still not a lot. So let's see the rest. 5 billion in goodwill.
VNRX.
This doesn't even add up. Yeah, their assets don't even add up to me. What am I missing here?
Able. EXFO.
Jesus, never touch these kind of company. Like, this is ridiculous. Don't ever touch this company. Only people making money are pretty much insiders.
ELGX.
Man, their SEC filings is like a complete mess. I'm still scrolling. Finally got to it.
TSLX. HAB. KTOS. FCN.
Hey TJ, what company is this?
Oh, which one?
That sheet that you put out.
Oh, so I don't like it.
DY. Abridged.
Do you know why credit card delinquency rates are higher on smaller banks? And we mentioned this, by the way, again, credit card delinquency rates, we mentioned this before that I saw the data and it was like starting. But you know why smaller banks get impacted the most?
Because they're just handing it out to anybody.
Exactly. Bigger banks, they have tighter, lending policies. Yeah, I'll get that. Man, I hate these calls. At least put a translator on.
So yeah, where are you?
Did I win $1 million again? Where do I sign? Which credit card information do they
ELGX.
need?
You guys ever watch that Kim's Convenience Store show?
Yeah, Tan likes it.
Like I was just watching it out of randomly, and they did like the most racist joke about like some white guy. Like, oh, I can't explain it, but pretty much what Gabe just did was pretty much what they did on the show.
Able.
Okay, so I'm looking into ESO a little bit, and this is kind of my familiar territory.
Yep.
They work.
LL.
It looks like quite a bit in the energy sector with on the nuclear division too. So I'm seeing if they built any new advanced plants yet, to see if that would consume a lot of their growth. So this one isn't really run on the best numbers. This is basically they get awarded a lot of government contracts, and so if those contracts get depleted, then obviously they're going to have a smaller performing year. And they don't usually go by quarters. The contracts usually run on an annual or three year basis. So if you can find out about those contracts, then you'll see about their performance and the work, how big the contract is. So up here, we have some pretty large contracts that are awarded to certain companies, and they have like a 3 year stint. So as soon as they're awarded that contract, um, they get, I think, one of the companies got 1.5 billion to distribute per year, and so it's pretty substantial. So if you can dig into those contracts on ESO, that'd be good for whoever was
1.
asking. But right now, I don't see anything new, and it looks like it's overvalued.
Honestly, like Bernie winning, guys, like I wouldn't mind him winning. I think it's good for the country.
You're kidding, right?
MLP
So
No.
you heard about what he said about how he's going to raise tax rates to 52% for anyone that makes under 32,000 a year, right?
Wait, 52,000 for anyone under 32,000?
52%.
Percent.
So
Sorry, yeah. For anyone making under 32,000?
sorry, anyone making over, I think over 32. So or maybe it was 28. So if someone made 32,
That's
they'd
fine
be
with
royally
me.
bummed.
That's fine with me. This works into my hand really well. That's more people that's going to be joining into our fund.
Nah, that's insane. 52%. And the reason he wants to do that is he said he
Do
wants
it.
free medical for everybody.
Do
I
it.
don't want to pay for everybody's medical. Screw that.
No, do it. Do it. Just think about it in our scale, okay? A, market's going to crash like horribly. It's going to be amazing crash. We're going to get all our stocks at a cheaper price. B, we're going to be in Dubai anyways. We don't have to worry about fucking taxes. So we're going to be like smooth sailing. Everyone's going to be losing money while we're making money. And then more money is going to be piling into our money. And this is the beautiful time, like
Yeah,
beautiful time because
but I
this
need
all
that
works.
money to make I don't want to pay 52%. Screw that. I need that money to make money.
Personal taxes are also free in Dubai, by the way. Income tax, not just corporation and just corporate taxes.
You know, Bernie's really an interesting character. You know, he had some crazy ideas, and that's some of the reason why they call him Crazy Bernie. I mean, through the
Yeah,
years, he had some pretty ludicrous.
but you have to remember, it's never going to be that bad. It's like whatever he's promising here, it's not going to be that. I don't think so, at least. And I don't, okay, 32,000, that's stupid. Maybe like, I'd say maybe 150 plus. That's fair. Anyone making over 32, that's ridiculous.
But
That's stupid.
the
That is
52%
ridiculous.
is just ludicrous. I think 52% is ludicrous. So maybe he's just doing that, and then he goes, "Oh, okay, I'll come down to 30%," which is still, you know, substantial for normal businesses. But it depends on what you can write off, right? If you can write everything off, then it really doesn't matter. So it's good to have a business. But if you're just a person that makes just above that mean, then you're royally boned. So if you're out work and you're like, no, 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 I hit my cap. I don't want to make $1 more. I'm done for the year.
Honestly, I don't mind. Like, as long as you just like cut your defense spending, it just makes like it just doesn't make sense. Okay, so I'm paying the same amount of taxes as someone in California, but I sleep better at night knowing that at least mine goes to helping some poor person get another liver or kidney or whatever he needs, and free cancer treatments, which cost like hundreds of thousands in America. While if I was in California, I'd be thinking the opposite. I would be like 62 or 65% of my income, my taxes is going towards some war that I don't even want to be a part of, and like
Yeah, but
killing
you don't even
human beings.
yeah, but you don't even speak the right language to be in California.
I know, right? I do speak the right language. Black card language, baby. Okay, I don't want the Wall Street transaction tax. That's fucking stupid. Take that away. Like I was all for Bloomberg until he said that. And I was like, no, that's my line of business.
Sanders wants that too.
I know. Honestly, like it's not that bad of a like I mean commissions are free now anyways for you guys, so it's not like it's a big debt. Like
Well,
now
the devil's always in the details, right? Like
exactly.
I don't, you know.
No, but this is good for
maybe
us to
tax
be
the
honest.
super rich, but don't tax, you know, working
CTIB.
class
No, this
families.
transaction tax, you can actually look at it in two ways. For us, it's going to be bad, but not as bad as for HFT traders and high frequency algos and AIs. So this tax will actually benefit us because their margins are going to go lower. Ours is going to still stay the same. It's just going to be a little impact versus the big impact on theirs. So this wouldn't be a bad thing for us, to be honest. It's
That's
less
not bad.
volatility for us.
Well, you got to look at it on a different level too. So if you give more control to the government, more and more and more, and basically allow them to spend it where they deem necessary, it gives them much more power. And basically, you want the power within the people. I mean,
No,
obviously
you
not.
want
Some
the
people,
power to be with the government. They have one job is to protect the public's interest. Bernie's actually looking out for the people's interest versus like how it is right now where the government's just working for corporations, which is like that's the one thing I told you, like democracy is broken. The moment you take any kind of money from any kind of company, like it just takes away from what it should be. You know, you're not working for your people, you're working for whoever donates the most to your campaigns and who will continue to support you along your career. I don't like that. I think that is totally backwards, and the government that's supposed to be protecting us isn't, right? So like personally, I would love Bernie to be there, right? As a human being, I think he would be good. As a trader, if I was living in America, obviously not. But since I'm living in Canada, I don't mind. All for Bernie.
eat my shorts. Yeah, that
Do
guy.
it.
He's pushing towards a socialist economy, and there's a lot of people that have low education that are in colleges still that think they're smart that are pushing for the same thing. And
No,
and
but
if you look
everyone's
across
looking at socialism in the wrong aspects. You're comparing socialism, and what's the one country you guys compare when it comes to socialism?
every country that's ever had it before.
China.
No, you guys don't even compare it to Canada. You guys compare it to like fucking like far. What is it left? Is it far left?
You
Okay,
got
that's-
Venezuela, but you also got the like Sweden, those kind of.
Yeah. So why don't you actually compare it to the
VNY.
countries that are excelling at, compare it to like something like Sweden where it's working, where people are actually happy. Their quality of life is good. Denmark, like the Nordic countries are actually doing good. The country, it's like the trading side, the bond side, obviously it's not doing good. Okay, that's a given. But take a look at how happy they are. Like if you've ever traveled to those countries, these guys are so educated because everyone has a degree. It's free. Like Germany, like I've never had more.
Hold on that free word. I mean, the difference, right, is the cost. Things cost what they cost. School costs what it costs. Healthcare costs what it costs. Really, you're talking about who's paying for it, right? Like if you turn it from if you turn it into an entitlement, it just changes who's paying for it, but the cost remains the same. Like in healthcare in the U.S., between U.S. and Canada, the healthcare costs are not that different, right? It's just who's paying for it.
I agree, but think about it this way too, okay? Like Cypher, we're in our late stages in our lives, okay? We've already have financial success. We've got to the point where we're happy right now. Think about it when you're 18, when you don't have those funds, the ability to spend 100K. Like I know so many people that are just paying off their debt from university and they're in their 40s. Guys, 40s. It's unreasonable. This is just the most backward system ever. And then even the credit system. The best credit I have now is obviously now, after I've had so much history in the credit bureau. Anyone that's in their 60s and 70s, they're going to have the best credit. They can get approved for pretty much
VCEL.
anything as long as their income can support it, right? their debt servicing is within range, okay, they'll get it. Now, when you're 18, you know how hard it was when I got my first mortgage. I'll be brutally honest with you guys. It was fake papers. I did not make the income that I had to claim just to get my fucking property. And it's because like there was lapse in my, like, I didn't have the credit bureau history working in my favor either. Also, I didn't also have like, enough money to put 20%. Right? And I had to do it obviously because you had to do what you got to do, right? And like, I just don't. I think it's backwards when you look at like those like if you travel there, you talk to anyone there, it's just so amazing how intellectual they are. They know a lot about the world versus like people that I talk to here in Canada or America. It's different. It's like different, and the quality of life too. I feel like they have a better quality of life than we do over here.
Well, if you take an average, then maybe because it's dispersed amongst everybody. But if I want to surpass that and succeed in a capitalist environment and do way, way better than some lum, I don't want to give half my funds just so he can be even to me. I want
No,
to
but
be
that's the
successful
thing.
because I worked into it.
Yeah, but like capitalism is also broken. It's broken. It's like, yeah, you like, am I ever gonna try and compete with like Bridgewater? Fuck no. There's no way. They have such a big part in the economy that there's no way for us to even
Glad.
get to that area, right? And it's not even the 1%ers now that have all the money. It's the 0.1%ers that are controlling everything, and that has to change. We need a nice little like change in that aspect.
Actually,
But
I completely agree with you there, but it really comes down to the details, right? Like, where are you taxing and redistribute? Every system has redistribution of wealth, right? It's just how progressive is it? And it really comes down to the details of which groups you're taxing to replace distribution of wealth to other people, to the poor. I totally agree with what you just said. I think something's broken when you have somebody like Bezos that has that kind of money. Like taking a quarter of his wealth and taxing it would fix so many problems in America. Just that alone.
I don't know how Canada is up here. Canada, well, if you don't live in Toronto and Vancouver, quality of life in Canada is actually pretty good. But if you live in these two, well, like cities, it's just way too expensive. But other than that, it's not too bad. But take a look at it:
So-
Denmark, Sweden, all of them have like healthcare. All actually like going down the list: Germany, Finland, New Zealand, Switzerland, Norway.
Look at those videos we posted above, TJ.
Which one?
There's quite a few.
Again, take a look at what's actually increased on the CPI side. Okay, what's increased is college, right? Education has skyrocketed. Healthcare has skyrocketed. Your guys' healthcare is literally skyrocketing for one specific reason, because they know that everyone has
Newt.
insurers. It's like they're just like the cost for you guys is a little bit higher because you guys know that there's going to be insurers. Here we have like kind of like a fixed plan. Like whether I go to the best doctor or the worst doctor, they all make the same amount of money pretty much, I think.
Yeah, that's bogus. I mean, you just pass that degree, then you're the same as a surgeon. I mean, just
RLJ.
I don't know. I don't want to pay for someone else's crap unless I believe in it, which is why we vote for stuff. Like education, I believe is absolutely the top of the list to help improve the next generation in our country. But for someone to tell me I got to pay for someone's premiums or insurance rates, I'll just carry my gun right out the door and have that conversation later.
Yeah, but look at the unemployment rate. It's at like less than 7%. Everybody's going to be chipping in. It's not just you, everybody. And I'm not saying that like take off like free healthcare. I think it should be mandatory. Okay, China fucking has it. A country that like most people are living under the poverty rate. Like most countries actually that's living under poverty rate, they actually have some sort of like a better medical system than America does, right? It's just like where they're utilizing their money, I don't like it. Like on war, come on. Like we're past that point where we actually have to have war anymore. We've like Trump's proven that you can have wars by just talking and and I don't know, shit talking on threatening
that-
them on a global.
I mean, you remember
aspect.
Obamacare, right?
Okay, I don't agree with Obamacare. I think it was going in the right direction. It just not like there's certain things that are missing in that, of course, right? And it's not just that. It's like you have to pull out the money from somewhere. It's like, okay, you can't
TSLX.
have both ways. You can't have you can't have a stupid amount of budget for defense and then also have a stupid amount of budget for healthcare. You can't. You have to give one or the other, right? And I get it. September 11th was a nice reminder. It was, guys, that kind of shit happens to almost every country. We got it the worst, obviously, because to be honest, like we have to actually like think about the logic here. Like they hit the trade tower. Traders are like literally the scum of the earth. When you look at it in a global aspect, banks are the worst. There's nothing worse than banks. How many scandals do they get into? What kind of money is it when they deal with these scandals? It's huge,
IEP.
right? Like realistically, they are the scum of the world. And we all know that. Where was I getting at with it? And I get why this defense is important. I'm not saying that it's not important, but I'm saying like paying these contracts, like what was it? How much did they pay for that? Like the fighter jets, F-40s, F-50s, whatever they call it. Like it's a ridiculous amount of money.
So Wisdom Seeker had a good point. You know, there's certain programs that we have here in the United States that are fully functional and very effective. You know, police, fire departments, Social Security. I would probably disagree with, but roads and other things are very much a necessity, right? So I believe that there's a balance, just like what Cypher was saying too. If you have a good balance within the system, you can
BLGX.
have a socialist economic standards with certain departments, but you don't want a whole coverage of capitalism. You don't want a whole coverage of socialism. You a good balance, I think, is very good to have.
Yeah, and I think like the government has to do what it does, or like its duty. I'm not saying that it should stick it to capitalism. No, that's against like what I believe too. Obviously, right? Like I worked my ass off to get to where I am. I don't think anyone else would have done it. So for me to be doing more, it's not fair because of all the effort that I do and all the sacrifices I had to make so that someone can sit down and fucking collect social security checks. I get it. I'm not happy about that aspect either, but a government has their own obligations, right? They're supposed to protect us. They're supposed to have the police services, fire departments, all that kind of stuff, right? Now, when you see California that had like that huge fire and we don't have the resources to allocate it towards that, but we have like a stupid amount, exuberant amount of like money to provide for wars, that is ridiculous. It just doesn't make sense. We have problems at home.
So again, you have to have people in place to organize the balance, right? Otherwise, one side is going to get tipped farther than the other. You're going to have people that scream that, hey, let's give everybody free everything, right? And then you have the other side, no, we're going to take away everything and put it all in the military program. So there's huge extremes that don't seem sane. And I think those people just arguing against each other in a dark room doesn't help anybody. But if you start at the beginning with the education, I truly believe education is where our future lies. If we have dumb kids, we're going to have a dumb future. And so I heavily promote education, but not free healthcare.
I think free healthcare. Like Gabe, I know you're thinking about it in your ages, but what if you're like 70 years old? You're on a fixed income. Like you guys realize like our generation, we're going to be taking care of our parents no matter what. Like there's no way that like our parents could afford to live at the current like rate that we're going. It doesn't even make sense. Like it doesn't even make sense for them to put money into the RSP. It really doesn't. Like retirement savings doesn't add up unless you're actually like heavily investing it into growth, right? When you're 50, when you're like, well, let's say 40, after like 40, you can't do what we do. We can't be like automatically trading, like making 20-30% in a year. It's going to go down to like 7%, let's say, right? Inflation's at all-time lows. Like, believe me, like down the road, like we're going into a situation where something has to give. Now, I don't think anyone under 120,000 should be paying high taxes at all. Like I think it should be the like the bare minimum. But anyone making over 120, 160, there should be a bracket there. There should be a huge bracket for guys that's making even more than.
Well,
And I
there's
think
been sequential brackets for a long time. You know, when you hit and the next level, you know, you actually pay a slight percentage more, and so there's been that in place for a very long time.
well, that doesn't make sense because Amazon paid
APT.
$0 in. Like, see, there's that problem there. It's like we bring up Amazon because Amazon is the easiest target and it's the biggest target too, right? So, like Cypher said, if we just like deal with those guys, I think it'll. And Bernie's plan, I know what he's like. Okay, I don't agree with like anyone making over 30. Like, you can't even live off of like $40,000. Like, I don't think you can like say you have a good quality of life if you make less than like 70,000, right?
It's location and perspective, of course.
It's totally location dependent, right? I mean, there's all kinds of articles in San Francisco about how people making 200K plus, even 300K, are by definition of their living style are middle class.
Yeah, that too.
And while I'm hanging down here in Mexico, dude, my few pesos gets me all the food I want. But you know, that's just.
Wait, you're in
Leo
Mexico?
XX.
Yeah, I've been on vacation for like a week and a half.
Oh shit! All right.
Yo, unlimited tacos, dude.
But I mean that's completely different. We're talking about strict U.S., right? So, but there's huge location differences also. You know, from one side of the state that I'm at to the other
QTWO.
state, which is Washington State, there's huge dynamics. So people that were normally making $250,000 a year in Seattle and then move over to the east side of Washington, now that 250,000, they're making less, maybe by 25%, but their money goes 75% or almost
SPXS.
100% times, almost double the times what they could have back over in Seattle. So it's a huge location difference is huge.
DSS.
Yeah, I know, and that's why like we were planning to do it in Dubai too. Like we were gonna do it on the like the islands, right? The Caribbean islands, but just didn't make sense when you look at inflation and cost of goods. Just doesn't make sense. Remember, I think Gabe, we were talking about it. We're like jeans cost like $110. I was like, I'm not gonna live somewhere where my Levi's jeans cost 110.
Was that no, that wasn't the Caribbean? Where was that?
Yeah, I forgot. What is it?
LXU.
Bermuda, Bahama. I think it was Bahamas.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded good until we started looking at the difference in rates. I'm just like, oh, screw that.
Yeah, cost of living is just way too high.
Well, we have the same dynamics here a little bit as we do over in Dubai. That over there, you know, there's huge differences in wage rates or people making money. You have the very, very low, which is actually a lot lower than we have here because we have so many systems to help people that are what people considered in poverty level. Over there, they don't have such items as much as we do in place, and so there's huge differences in the ultra wealthy and the people that you know barely make anything over there.
Yeah, but like that's like not why we're going there. We're going there just
Oh,
to
of course.
make the fun. Like
But
yeah,
we
it's gonna be bad for like. There's always gonna be, there always has to be the garbage picker, right? Every economy.
yeah, but the pants aren't going to cost $120 unless you go to the
Exactly.
malls that everyone else does. I mean, you could still shop the markets that the lower class does, and so you know, and I'm completely fine with that.
I mean, Meta, we don't actually have to be there. We just have to have one person being there 6 months out of the.
1, 2, 3, me.
And
I'll go.
remember, Gabe, remember those short jokes, buddy? Guess who's doing the first 6 months?
You know, it's funny because we're about the same height anyway. Unless you were
Told you I'll get
fibbing.
you back for it. Don't worry, but
Oh, I know. I got it coming, buddy. I'm okay though. We had fun.
the long game, guys. It's always better.
I'm now considered to be a person on top of the list. All right, Gabe, check 45.
PT.
Is Johnny on voice?
I'm not sure. Actually, he
I don't
PM'd
see him.
me.
He might be on YouTube. Hey, Johnny, if you can hear me, don't worry, man. We got plenty of love to go around for, poking fun at each other. TJ's the short jokes, even though he's not short. But I really do hope I see you in a ponytail. Then you guys can make fun of my goatee. So the startup, TJ,
NCV.
are we looking for that 2-quarter pullback, and then you want to start the
EXG.
group, or are you looking for a little bit past?
Market crash. No pullback. We need a market crash. Plus, we need it anyways. Like, that's when we're looking. Honestly, like the time frame's accelerating, so that's good. But we have to time it perfectly because that's just the most biggest key. You'll notice like Warren Buffett too. Like the reason that he's made money is just really good.
I got those GARP books delivered at my place, so when I get back home, I'll be able to slam on those.
Nice. All right. Honestly, look, Gabe, do not look into the other chapters. Start with chapter 1. One foot in front of the other. Don't scare yourself. Don't like let negativity control it, being like this looks like hieroglyphics. Trust me, it's not easy, but it'll actually teach you step by step. And if you don't like understand it, there's so many different resources online now that you'll literally learn it. Now, what I think it's going to take you like time-wise, especially if you didn't do calculus and stuff, probably going to take you like 1,000 hours.
Yeah, I was reading some of the comments that some people posted on how long it should take, et cetera. And there's a lot of people that said, oh, it's only 300 hours, but that's only if they already have their BA in math and stuff, or a master's in math. And for other people, it takes anywhere between 1,000 to 2,000 hours for part 1 is what they were saying to fully pass that. And then there's part 2.
Okay, so then let's increase it. Let's say 4,000 hours then.
Okay.
No, it's the FRM, by the way.
Hang on, guys. I'll throw up
NMFC.
the link so you guys can look at what we're talking. All right, there you guys go. That's those are the books that I ordered. I just got part 1 right now.
Yeah, like if you guys don't have a degree, do this one. If you have a
Luna.
degree, go with CFA. Hands down, the 2 best things. And guys, this is like the skills you're going to learn in this. You can apply it into almost every aspect of your life for the rest of your life. So don't skip out on this. I see so many people spending money on like, I don't know, some fucking day trading course. Like, this is what everyone should be spending money on. You don't have to write the exams until you're comfortable. At least buy the
SUMR.
books.
Click the link I gave you, Admirable. It said it took you to the main page. You can still navigate it even if it took you from the main page, man.
Clears.
It's the study material. So click the link right above there. So find your way through the forest, buddy. So yeah, they also require a minimum of 2 years work experience, but I've already spoken with them, and since I'm coming from a different field, I can still apply my field to this as long as I word it correctly. So they said you need 2 years work experience of the financial nature, and because I was supervisory in the nuclear division, I still did manage a lot of financial things. So I would basically, to the board, I would have to write them a letter to show them my work experience within that field and how it would apply to this. And if they denied it, or if I had zero, or if they denied it, they still have a few extra things I can do to be certifiable for them. And by certifiable, I don't mean crazy.
Any one of the members that are active in the group, don't worry about that. I'll just say you're working on my holding company. Beautiful, done.
Sweet. But they do look for relative information or relative work experience. So if you can word it correctly, which most of you with experience in English should be able to word it. I mean, unless you only worked at McDonald's, then you should be able to apply any kind of financial anything to.
Gabe, you're forgetting that we're traders. You can literally use the fact that you're trading. You don't have to use any other work experience. Just manage your risk and just show them how has that.
They want to reference the company that you're with and everything. So I guess
But I'm talking about, like, you can also mention these, like your portfolio. That's huge. You're allowed to be independent investors. It's still considered a job.
Yeah, true. I did ask that question though, and they said that unless I worked for a firm, they would probably deny it. But maybe I asked the wrong person. Sometimes different people have different ideas within the same company. So Hitesh, there is a time frame that you have to fit level 2, part 2 in. So you can take as long as you want to study part 1, but as soon as you complete or pass part 1, you have, I think it's 4 years to complete part 2, 2 to 4 years. And they only give the test twice a year.
DSS.
Hey Tesh, you're gonna order the books too? That's cool, man. Yeah, we can go over notes and stuff and compare what we learned together if you want.
EIGR.
Joel, the purpose of those books are to become very, very educated in risk management and modeling. The older books are good on eBay, but I got the new stuff because information changes. And I also bought them because TJ told me to, Joel.
Luna. FENY.
You probably would be all right with like last year's book. I mean, there's probably very little change that goes in that stuff, but I don't know. I don't like to miss out on anything, so I'll get the brand new stuff. Plus, I like to have a new book that I can write all over. I don't trust anything that I buy online because it might already have notes and crap in it.
VIAC. ZTR. CTIB. IOVA. ERX. IOVA. SPXS. TIE. Mu. VAC. ELGX. SAR. AMU. Newt. GASL. IOVA. HRZN. JPS. NCV.
Oh, wow. That's a pretty intense article. If you guys want to read that about the CDC warning, that's pretty intense. Thanks, JBK09.
MLPQ. Able. Tub.
So, guys, if anyone wants to buy those books, I'm going to be starting my study probably beginning of next week when I get back to the States. It's going to be hard and regimented, but for all those that want to partake, I'm more than willing to share my ideas and have voice meetings or anything like that for us to learn about this.
PAL.
And you guys don't realize the benefit that you guys have too. I mean, if any of us are struggling, we have one of the master traders here in the room, TJ. And if we, especially with fundamentals, if there's something we don't understand, I mean, he can help us in the right direction and say, hey, this is really what you got to look at. So, I mean, we have a huge benefit just being in this room.
RTLR. IOVA. JMIA. FNB. VIAC. Tub. Gain. DYNT, GSBD. ERX. UAN. FENY. EXG. TIE. TA. IOVA. JPS. KRP. JPC. OII. ARCC, BCC. Ta. Tai. Vet. PSEC. GASL. Seize. VVPR. AMU. DYNT.
Spy looks good for a reversal over here, guys.
OXSQ. Able. PCI. IOVA. PK. Chi. CNDT. VVPR. ERX. FENY. Ends. SUMR. VIAC. CHMI. PCI. UAN. EPM. APT. IOVA. TIE. MLPQ. ETG. FBM. DYNT. SUMR. AOD. MRRL. BGR. Main. SMFG. TEX. EXG. CSQ. USA. AAL. GASL. HRZN. EIGR. PFN. PSEC. CRF. PVAC. VET. BBX. IOVA AMU WHF SAR CHMI BGFV Newt PK Able CPTA TBT
Wow, what a crazy drop right now.
JMIA LADR TBF FAS CLM, CNDT, EFC, VIXY, GCI, QID.
All right, I'm back. Sorry, guys, I had a friend over. Let's see the market.
Market's
Ooh,
tanking. Heavy.
All right.
EXUSA,
Damn, look at that accelerated selling. I think it's gonna continue.
SDS,
Delta Airlines is at an interesting level right
NRL,
now.
FENY,
No, don't buy airlines with this virus going around.
MRRL,
Oh yeah, no.
GMLP, AOD, AGNC,
And guys, we already expected this. You know, our teams are always ahead of the curve. That was beautiful. Look at that decline. I mentioned this in the morning too. This is why like I scalped onto like Pan W. Just, you know, no matter how good a stock is, if the market tanks, everything.
Chi,
Do we catch the bottom there? I think it can go lower. That's some huge volume.
GPM,
Can you believe it, guys? We were at what, 339 highs last week. We're trading at 313.
Eddie,
Damn. You know, like what is that?
PFN,
7%, 8%? Damn, in 2 days. Oh, majority if it was. Who remembers my lesson that I did on stop loss? And I mentioned this is risk off time period. And this is why. Man, those VIX contracts are doing me a solid.
RLJA. EDF.
I'm never leaving my house again.
AAL. EFC. PRTS. Three. MLPQ. Sun. GASL. OXSQ. KNDI.
I still don't see a reason for market to go up over here. I can see it coming down. Watch for that breakdown here. Got some volume trapped here. So if that continues, that's going to
LADR.
hurt. There's not a volume over here at the, I'd say like 314 there. There are bidders trying to hold it up, but I don't know.
Eddie.
Well, S&P came down 8%, right? So that's good. This is good. Getting close to my 20% target.
AMU. EFC. BHLB. GSBD.
You know what? We look like we want to hold here at the 1300. I didn't believe it would happen.
EXG.
Volume's consistent, so that's a good indication that we might actually have a bottom. RSI's made a double bottom, holding about that support level. Looks pretty strong here, to be honest. Let's see. Yeah, I want to see like bigger volume. I want to see like a huge spike in volume, confirming.
FENY. AWP. WMC. VVI. STWD. JMIA. Eddie. ERX.
Ooh, looks like it wants to go down. Let's see. Come on, Spot. Our buyer's in control. Doesn't look. It looks weak here. Crack down. So if we don't get an influx of volume here to save it, this is tanking. It's gonna go down even worse. So let's see it happen. There we go.
NMFC.
Are they gonna save it?
PK.
All right. Nope. They tried. They tried, guys.
CLM. SRTY. MRRL.
We got some larger orders on it, but still bearish.
PVAC.
Man, look at that. Even when they try to
RWM.
save it, someone keeps just selling into it. I mean, look at those wicks. That is aggressive. This is melting.
APT. VIXY. CSQ. NBLX.
Like,
SDIB.
that is crazy.
LAT.
This, guys, like, someone better like record this, because, like, like what the market's doing here, because you're gonna learn a lot
TPVG.
more from how it's actually coming down more than any. Like, the algos are just relentless here.
UTF. NRO. IGAWP JPC.
Ouch.
ETW. AMZA. PDI. APT. FANH GMLP.
Like Jesus, take a look at Shopify. That got
She.
destroyed.
APT. VET. GASL. DKL.
Haven't done my taxes, I'm too turned up. Virgil got the tax.
JPC. APT. PRTS. ORC. GPM. SPNS. NMRD. Fun.
You know, SPY's at a good level here. I mean, if we don't hold here, things are just going to be bad. So, you know, that's why I also said consider taking some of those contracts off. Makes more sense to take those profits. We got nice accelerated selling. Even on TVIX, you know, like take a look at TVIX, it just tanked.
mRNA. EOD.
Nice, friends. VIX coming down hard on this, so that's good. Looks like a nice strong reversal potential now.
Lake. APT.
All right, this is gonna be good, guys. I'm gonna scale into some May Amazon call. Spy's hitting some resistance now. It still looks good. Oh, that's selling pressure though. I hope we get like a double bottom test.
mRNA, Ta, APT, JPS, TCPC, VAC, ITI, NRO, TPC, GMLP, CODX, mRNA. ETW. VVPR. VVPR. APT. PTE. mRNA. VAB. SPSB. TDOC.
Guys, I'm looking at Disney for an entry. Long.
UAN. CODX.
Jesus, that's not good. CDC news. We already knew this was going to happen, but yeah, I like confirmation. This is ridiculous.
NBLX.
Ta-da! Stop freaking out over this coronavirus, TJ.
I'm not freaking out.
You're like, oh, it went up 6% since last week. Ah!
Yeah, I know that is big though. I was just seeing how big would it be.
I mean, most of it's origin in China, so it's like, they're all like clustered together in one huge ass city.
Yeah, I know, but it can spread anywhere. You ever played those virus games on your phone? You should download it.
That's Plague. Everyone plays Plague.
Yeah, Plague. That's the one.
APT.
Look, it's not a big deal now, but 60 weeks from now, if there's 3 million people like affected by this, that's like a huge
what's the
decrease.
death rate? Is it many
Oh,
times higher than?
not the death rate, but even if you catch it, there's an incubation period of what, 21 days now or 24 days, something like that. Just
Look, they're
imagine.
not going to stop it. It's going to get. I think. I don't know. Nobody can predict, but I think it's going to get millions.
Well, I'm still going to my Asian trip, so good luck.
But I get, to me, the real question is what's the death rate? If it's not like exponentially higher than the flu, then who cares?
Because the rate of spread is a lot bigger than the flu side.
I don't. Is it? I think the flu is like more than half the spread rate of corona. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong.
I could be wrong too, but like, I never looked into the flu side of.
Well, let's put it this way: when back in the early 1900s, when people didn't understand the flu, they had the same sort of freak out that we're having now. It killed many people. The only difference is we've become so used to the flu in our seasonal cycle that we're just used to it. Like it's not a big deal anymore. People don't fear it. It's not an unknown. That's, to me, that's the only.
I mean, if it is 3 million people that get affected, how much people would die? Maybe like 30 million? I mean, 30 people? 30,000.
30,000, and that would still be half of what flu kills every year. So
That's true.
whatever. It sucks, but that's life and it's normal. Oh,
All right,
dude,
guys. I'll be back in a bit.
Clearly it's already having an effect on the global economy, but it's not because of Corona per se. It's because of the fear of Corona, the fear of the unknown of Corona, right? It's always the fear that gets the economy. Sometimes it's validated, and sometimes it's not. I mean, I think we're like 8% off of the peak of SPY, so we're already only 2% away from official correction point at 10%, and official bear market would be double that at 20. So yeah, do I think that's possible? Yeah, totally. I mean, we may get official correction tomorrow. We're only 2% away. If you look at the daily on SPY, it just cut through the 50 MA like butter, and we are 2/3 of the way to the 200 MA, where it probably will get a pretty nice bounce. And how far is that down?
ERX.
Right, so we're actually 8% now. 200 MA is it is exactly correction. So I don't know. Like, I don't know what you guys think, but if we get official 10% correction and it bounces out the 200 MA or S, do you think it'll bounce there or keep going?
Lake. FENY. UAN.
I think my plan right now is to get in around 302 on this, where we had previous strong
BKCC.
support, and where the 200 MA
Cody. AHPI, CODX. SREV. OXSQ. EVRI. FBM. Lake. APT. AHPI. SIVR. HMLP. JMIA. PDI, TI. Co. GPK. Live. AAL. JWN. LEDs. KTOS. SABR. NBLX. PK. KRP. LYV. SVC. Sun. ECPG. AMLP. SLV. AMU. SIVR. OXSQ RGA. ARI. VST. CNK. VNDA. PSXP. EPD. Low. APT. TRCH. KTOS. SNSS. NGD. AHPI. PHUN. COCP. AXGN. 1. VNDA. COCP. ACRS. SBPH. COCP. VB. VTV. IVW. IWS. EPR. SCZ. BJ. QID. GS80. ACRS. Pump.